seconds. Good evening and welcome to the Stearns County Board of Adjustment public hearing for Thursday, July 11th, 2024. It is now 6:07 p.m. Please stand with me and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Just want to do a quick roll call of members. Rob.
Here.
Dan.
Here.
Amy.
Here.
Jason.
Here.
Bonnie.
Here.
George. Here. And I'm Jill. Okay, thank you. I have a couple of announcements to make. If you are in possession of a cell phone or some other type of electronic paging device, I ask that you put it on silent mode at this time. Also, please note that all testimony is being recorded for the record. If you are going to speak, you will be asked to state your name and address for the record first, and then go ahead with your input after you've been recognized by the chair. Members of the Board of Adjustment are appointed by the County Board of Commissioners with one member from each of the 5 commissioner districts, one member at large, and one member appointed from the Planning Commission. I'm going to give a brief overview of our proceedings this evening. I will read the variance request and open the public hearing. While I'm reading your request, I would ask that the applicant or their representatives come forward here and have a seat in front of the board by the microphone and turn the little green button on. The applicant or your representative will be asked to state your name and address for the record. Environmental Services staff will provide a brief overview of the requested variance, the staff report, and if any correspondence has been received regarding the request. The applicant will then provide any input, corrections, concerns, comments, etc. Once the applicant has provided their testimony, the board will discuss the request and ask questions of staff or the applicant. Upon completion of board questions, I will ask if there's anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request. If there is, I would ask that person to come up to the podium, state their name and address for the record, and give their testimony. When all testimony is complete, I will ask the board members for a motion to close the public hearing. Once the motion is passed to close the public hearing, there will be no further input from the audience, from the applicant, or Environmental Services staff, unless recognized by the chair, or if one of the board members wants some type of clarification. The board will review and discuss the findings of fact. The findings are a series of questions that the board is required to answer based on Minnesota statute and the requirements of the ordinance. Based upon the answers to those questions, the board will either grant or deny the variance request. All questions must be answered in the affirmative by the board. Once the findings are complete, there will be a motion to approve or deny the request based upon those findings. Okay. Agenda item number 1. So if the applicant can please move forward. An after the fact request from Mark Kremers, Richmond, Minnesota, from section 10.2.11a of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance number 439 to leave as constructed an 8-foot by 16-foot screen porch addition and an 8-foot by 14-foot covered porch addition and a 2-foot by 20-foot addition in the shore impact zone, and to leave as placed a 12-foot by 22-foot residential accessory structure that is less than 100 feet from the ordinary high water level of Big Fish Lake classified as recreational development. Said ordinance requires that, in no case, shall any principal structure addition be permitted closer than 50 feet to, and that accessory structures be no less than 100 feet from the ordinary high water level of a lake classified recreational development. Affected property, Lot 10 and northwest half of Lot 9 of Teresia Terrace, Section 32, Track 124 North, Rod 30 West, Collegeville Township. Property address 26728 Teresia Terrace Road, Richmond, Minnesota. Could you please, make sure the little green light is on and then state your name and address for the record?
Okay. Is it on? Okay. Mark Kremers. My address is in Campache 16. That's in 6535 Roveredo, Switzerland.
Okay. Thank you. Roll call from the board on if you were able to visit the site. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
I was not able to visit. Jay?
Yes, I did, and I briefly spoke with the landowner in the driveway.
Bonnie?
Yes, and I also spoke with the landowner.
George?
No.
Okay, and a staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some background on the property. The applicant owns a tract on Teresia Terrace and on Big Fish Lake in Collegeville Township. Teresia Terrace was platted in 1960 prior to the official controls. The tract contains 16,964 square feet in lot area per the survey provided by the applicant. The property is in the R1 zoning district, and the applicant purchased the property in 2008. The primary dwelling on the property was constructed in 1961 prior to official controls. Environmental Services received a complaint in 2023 that the property owner constructed the screen porch, covered porch, dwelling addition, and moved in the accessory structure without a permit. Assessor records indicate the porch additions, a 2-foot by 20-foot addition, and accessory structures were placed on the property in 2021. Environmental Services does not have any permits on file for these structures. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Big Fish Lake, which is classified as recreational development. Big Fish is on the list of impaired waters for mercury and fish. The impervious lot coverage is at 24% and not a part of this request. The subsurface sewage treatment system on the property is compliant based on the 2023 inspection. Setbacks to the screen porch to the ordinary high water level, covered porch to the ordinary high water level, dwelling addition to the ordinary high water level, and accessory structure to the ordinary high water level represent a 57%, a 52%, a 50%, and a 5% deviation, respectively, from the required setbacks. Collegeville Township, Big Fish Lake Association, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. We have received some correspondence on this request, and that is included with your packet and has been shared with you as it came into us. So I'm hoping all the members had a chance to read through those prior to the meeting. They are part of the proceedings here tonight. Alternatives and recommendations would be to grant or deny the after-the-fact variances as requested, or an alternative would be to relocate the accessory structure to meet the 100-foot ordinary high water setback. And that is all I have.
Thank you. For the applicant, do you have any comments or additional information you'd like to give?
Yes, I do. The form that was supplied for the variance was 3 lines, and there's 3 issues. So I've added a few more comments to those questions. Yeah, here, maybe you can. I think it's that one. Here, these are the best ones, and then this is the black and white one. Here, you probably need one more.
So Angie, do we read this into the record or do we present it on screen?
Madam Chair, so this is the applicant's wishes is to just hand this out. So I think it's however he wants to handle that with you. We just got it a little bit ago, so we don't have it on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's mainly to fill in the blanks that I couldn't cover because the first one I basically wrote on the first variance request about the porch. But then there's the other shed and what was the third? The addition on the cabin. And the second now are the actual calculations from the survey and the latest final results. I think what we used for the application were the preliminary. So I just blew up a copy, so you have that. Then the third is some photos from the situation in 1962. I thought it might be interesting from the standpoint that a lot has changed with the elevation of the lake, and there's been a lot of property loss as a result of erosion over the years. And so I guess that's kind of an indication of things that have changed that are out of my control relative to the distances from the existing structure to the lake. I also got a hold of a plat map from the original survey in 1960, which was just a few months before the lot was purchased and probably a year before the construction started. And based on the measurements there and the results from the survey, I've got a photo on the page that shows where one of the measurements to the high water mark would have been. There's a post in the picture in the lake, so you get an indication. It looks like on one end of the lot there's been at least 5-foot reduction in the lot length as a result of the erosion and change in the water level. I also have some photos in there where you can see from 1962 when I was on the beach with my younger brother. And I've also got a photo there that shows the same area with the same clump of trees. So you get an indication there of how much, with the line that's drawn, how much has actually disappeared since then. I also raised a question after studying a few things. It's more of a question, is that why is Big Fish Lake, the ordinary high water level, the only lake I can find in the region where the level is never reached. All the other surrounding lakes, from time to time, that's this chart. I put the charts from the DNR for Coronis, Grand, Pearl, and Long Lake, which are all kind of local lakes around the area. And in all cases, it's quite ordinary that the ordinary high water level crosses that mark. But on Big Fish Lake, it's always considered to be much higher. And so that really impacts a lot of the building possibilities, and it changes the dimensions and the setbacks for places when your high water mark is too high. So it's just a question. It's something I can't really understand. And of course, in the study of high water marks and the likes, a lot of it is this decisions about where the vegetation and the likes grows. But on lakes that have a lot of boat traffic and the likes, you'll tend to have a lot of wave action that could change the representation of where that high water level actually is. So it's a point for discussion. I just find it curious that Big Fish Lake, for some reason, has a much higher, in fact, I couldn't find in the last 40 years in the raw data one instance where we've reached the ordinary high water line, which to me seems very peculiar. I'm not a hydrologist. Those are just the numbers from the raw data from the DNR, and it just looks peculiar to me. I also found that during that period, there was a lot of things going on the lake where there were disputes pertaining to development of public access as water levels. Of course, some people want it high, some people want it low. And so at one point, the level of the lake was artificially dammed. I think the year was, I have it on my list here somewhere, early 80s perhaps, 83, 84. At that point, a concrete spillway was built by some authority. The DNR won't take claim for it, but they set it actually at a point that was higher than what was the existing high water mark at the time. I think from the numbers I see. And then the number went up higher even a few years later. It was increased to the current one that we see now, 1197.1 or something. But there's been some changes over the years. It's mainly just to indicate that these changes have impacted the property in a way that even if a person tried to meet all of the requirements, if the lake keeps coming closer because it's being changed to meet other people's requirements on the lake, it puts property owners at quite a disadvantage. The next photos were to show something that I didn't see on photos, is regarding the little garage. You'll see this group of pictures. What's not mentioned is it actually was replacing a shed that was there for many years. I showed a picture of the shed and its position, and what was actually done is the garage that came in, this one was probably 150 square feet, a small one. And so the new one is, tell me, it's probably 250 or something, or it's a relatively small garage. 12 by 22 hardly gets a car in these days. But then I also showed where the garage came from. The question is, why no permit? One of my cousins, whose cabin was 250 feet away on the road, notified me that they were going to tear down the cabin. They'd just gotten their permits to tear down the whole structure and build something new. And so they had this little garage 250 feet away, and it had to be moved before the demolition day, which was 2 or 3 weeks out. So I contacted a company in Paynesville that moves houses professionally, and they had one day on the calendar. And so I had to either do it or forget it. And so it was really an impossibility of organizing a permit, because to organize permits, this is a downside of being on the lake. It requires first a septic inspection. That takes time. If you position something anywhere near 10 feet to the sideline of a property, you're required to have a surveyor come in and prove the position. That took me almost a year to organize this survey on my property. So sometimes these kinds of delays make situations impossible. Okay, the next photo, these are pertaining to the little porch. Okay, I put several pictures so you can really see that it's really not much of anything. There's also some pictures from inside of the cabin, so you can see that what we're talking about is really a 1960s cabin with wood paneling inside and the likes. And we can see that the screen area is 128 square feet, which is very tiny. I think it would be possible, for example, to put in the front yard some kind of a screen structure like a gazebo up to 150 feet without an issue. But this thing, because it's attached to the house, creates a problem. And then what I mentioned in my report was that because I've put downspouts and guttering on this, it's actually taking now all of the storm water and drain water away from the entire structure, and instead of, without this there, all of it goes into the 50-foot zone. With this cover over the top. It all goes then to the other side, which is outside of the 50-foot zone and where all the trees are. So it has a good possibility to be absorbed, and there's no runoff from the cabin or this going to the lake. But if it's removed, then we're back to the old situation where all the runoff goes toward the lake. And I don't know if it's if that makes any sense either. Last page shows some existing structures on the lake. I guess one of the questions, are there some like this? And just within some meters. On the bottom, you'll see one that's a few cabins down from me where they put one on, I don't know when, but it was an alternative type of structure that I had looked at the time that was a pop-up kind of a construction with a soft top and fixed window panels. And so depending on whether you attached it or didn't attach it to the building, I think Menards sells them, it's a question of whether the permits are actually required. And so this was an option I had looked at, but I thought the idea of a structure like this, and I'm not here 6 months out of the year with the possibility for snow accumulating on it and likes and damage due to snow and ice. If you're here, it's one thing, you can manage those situations, but if you're not, you can't. And I also found the structure that I put up is much more aesthetically pleasing compared to something that looks like a tent. But anyway, again, it's a personal thing. The third picture was something new I see coming up on the lake. And I've seen quite a few of them, and I wonder how this type of a structure differs. People are organizing screen house pontoon covers. And so you basically have a huge thing sitting out at the lakefront that's nothing more than a screen house over their boat. And I don't know, I guess I have a hard time understanding it's connected to the shoreline, but these things are somehow exempt from any requirements because I guess it's considered a boat lift or something, or a cover for a canopy for a boat lift. And you put screens on it all the way around, and you got yourself a nice greenhouse. You can sit out and have your beers in the pontoon. The last group of photos, there is I think if you look at the picture here with the bedrooms, you'll see what I put on. It was a window and a closet. And it's 2 feet, a 2-foot extension to the cabin, like the installation of a bay window, because it's not supported on the ground. It's a free, you can kind of see here, it's above the ground, not on the foundation. And there's a part of my interpretation at the time was, it's written that you're allowed to have a 2-foot structural element. I put the details of that wording in the paper and my comments to the environment. It's one where we're in disagreement of whether that requires a permit or not, because it actually says that minor structural elements, and it doesn't really designate what minor is, but it does say that it can't be more than 2 feet. So I guess it's to assume that 2 feet and below is minor. And so it's a 2-foot bump out or a 2-foot bay window, but I put 2 windows in and 2 small closets. And so that's what that third item is. But I thought sometimes pictures are the best way to explain things. And then the last picture, I think in the pack was one, because one of the questions is if the cabin and its what do you say, and its surroundings, if it fits into the lake. And I think it's just to illustrate that it's I don't know, from my perspective, I think it fits quite well where it's located. One of the pictures you'll also see in your packet that came from the county shows the cabin. Maybe you have the pictures there. The other one from the front. This one. This picture is a winter picture. This thing in the front has some advantages because during the winter months. I'm not here 6 months, 8 months out of the year. And so I have the possibility to use a couple of the dock sections across the front. And I can put all of the stuff that many people just leave out laying around in the yard all winter. The lawn furniture, picnic table, barbecue grill, all of those things are neatly put away. And also, this kind of an arrangement gives me some security, because this would be the direction if someone breaks in the winter. This is the only place that I think that you would go, is from the lakeside. The rest is visible from the road or from the sides. And the crime rate from this region, so we don't underestimate it, is very high. I saw recently that the St. Cloud area is at the 3% level, which means 97% of the towns and cities the size of St. Cloud have a lower crime rate. And so right now it's 1 out of 21 people in St. Cloud can expect to have a violent crime or a robbery. So I think anything that people do, especially if you don't live here the whole year, to make your place a little more secure isn't bad either. So anyway, that's my packet. If you have any questions for me now, I'm all ears.
Okay, thank you. Any
Madam Chair, I just want to state that Mark did a really good job speaking into the microphone. We do have someone tonight that's challenged to hear, and so just FYI, please try to speak in the mic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from board members?
I have a question for staff. Maybe it's in here, or maybe you mentioned it that I missed it. Why did this issue come up? How did it come up?
Madam Chair, Member Fiedler, it came up as a complaint from the neighbor.
Okay. And I guess a comment for the applicant, Mr. Kremers, I don't accept your explanation of not getting a permit. What you articulated to the board, to me, was it for your own personal
I agree.
desire and need?
I don't deny it. It's just something that has to be taken into consideration, I think, is that I remember a comment that the German chancellor in Germany said one time about people who are evading the taxes by going to Switzerland and putting their money in the bank. He put it this way. He said, the problem isn't the oasis, but the desert around it. And the problem is sometimes things become so complicated and take so much time that, you know, this addition on the front of the cabin costed $6,000 approximately. And it was something where you called the company and in a week it was up. Now, that one I had to put on for a reason. I mean, if that's the question, is why you do these things, and yes, it was a violation, I agree. But in 2018, they showed 2021 as the date, but actually it was 2018 is when both of these things were done. Not 2 years ago, but in 2018. And in 2018, I returned and I found both of my parents in a very bad state. They had really aged significantly. My mother was 89 at the time, my father 91. This place was sold to me about 20 years ago, but under the presumption that it was theirs to use until death, and they loved it. They were out there once a week or once every 2 weeks, right up till the very end. I think my mother was there the week before she died. So in 2018, I came and I realized that they really weren't able to use the place much anymore. They wanted to come out and spend the afternoon, sit outside, but that particular spring, we had a lot of mosquitoes, and my mother had complications that wouldn't allow her to be outside. My father worked with a walker, and so he couldn't get around inside of the cabin. This made a place where he could be outside and protected out, and they'd come and spend the days out there. I'm so glad that I went ahead and did it, so that I think on the invoice, it was erected around the 10th of July of 2018. I was able to spend that whole summer and the following, that whole summer with both of them. The following year, my father died. so I didn't get to spend the next summer with him. He was in an institution before the death. And that summer I was able to spend also with my mother and part of the following. But if it's a big problem, we'll take it off. I mean, it's just kind of a nonsensical thing at this point. I agree with you that it's not correct to do something without a permit. But that, I think, is part of the issue of this kind of a meeting, is it's to look at the situation and say, yeah, does it really, does it or doesn't it? And people who are there all year round have the possibility to do many things easily and conform to everything. But those of us with seasonal properties have a real problem, especially if we live out of state or out of the country, have a real problem to deal with all the administrative aspects when you're not here. And I don't think anyone should underestimate that. We pay the same amount of tax as everyone else, but we take much less service than any of the year-round ones. The environmental footprint of this thing on Big Fish Lake is 0 compared to a 4,000 square foot house with 4 bath and a washroom and using up every square inch of space. And so I think there's a lot of things I wanted to mention also. It's not a big deal. I'm 70 years old, and I'll keep the place as it is without any changes. I don't have any desire to make it bigger. And you've got yourself a seasonal dwelling that isn't impacting the lake for another 10 or 15 years if I last that long. It's surely the case that when I die or sell this place, all of these cabins and garages will all be thrown to the dump, because the property values on Big Fish Lake are so high now that the only new structures that people are building are huge with a big impact. So it's, I don't know, in a way, supporting or promoting these kinds of existing small structures so that they can be usable and stay should be a goal, I think, of the county. I mean, it's my viewpoint.
I'd just like to make one comment in regard to, some of the comments that you made. Our task here is with the property, and when we look at people's independent or individual circumstances, we can't take those into consideration, because we're looking at the property as it stands now, as it might be 10 or 20 years from now for another owner. And then we look at all of the permits that come through the county every year. Though, to do justice to all of those people that followed all the rules, got the permits, for us to make exceptions because of people's personal circumstances is not part of what we're able to do.
Okay. Well, then I've been kind of, my understanding of the whole concept of this after the fact request was that that there were situations where they could be issued.
And that's when it is unique to the property, not unique to the property owner.
Unique to the property, okay. And I think part of the issue here is regarding the variance. We talked about the change in the water level, and if we were to look at some of the drawings that are in there, you'll see that actually this stuff would have also been in conformance if the water level hadn't changed.
And I'll make one last comment about that statement, and that is, if 60 years ago, when you showed us where the water levels were, if these items were built there at that time, they most likely would have been grandfathered in. But we can't go by something that happened over the last 60 years. Or we go by what our ordinance, from when our ordinance it was in place until now, and which relatively isn't that many years ago. I think about 20, 25 years the ordinance have been in place. 72, okay. But these items were built here only a couple years ago. And so we need to go by what the rules are at the time that it was built.
Okay. When I viewed the whole thing in the comprehensive plan, it seemed like, I agree with you. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've been watching this stuff going on for a long time, and I often wondered why people do it. Okay, when you're in the situation and it happens, there it is. But in the comprehensive plan, it also talks a lot about being able and willing and wanting to keep places livable, to make accommodations and to make exceptions for people because of their age changes, for example. The possibility, I think one of the goals I was reading about was about the lakeshore itself, about, I mean, there are some plus points. This is one of the few places, I think, on the lake when we talk about the property. We're just in the impact zone. Along the shoreline, there are 20 or 18 mature trees have been planted along the riprap to protect the shore from this erosion. And there's 25 or 30 in the impact zone. A lot of the people there now, when they build the big places, the trees go. And there isn't much. When you look at the view from the lake, all you see is house and boats and docks. This place still has a lot of character to it, that North Woods aspect that I think a lot of people expect or hope to see on the lakes, not just golf course style homes.
Okay,
But
thank you. Any other questions from board members?
Madam Chair, quick question for the staff. So if I'm reading the after the fact, we're dealing with 4 different issues.
Correct.
So then if the board wanted to, we could handle each of those separately, correct?
Correct, and we have the findings of fact printed out for that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members?
Well, I have one for Mr. Kremers. When you drop the garage there in the driveway, why in that particular spot?
There was an existing, an existing shed there for many years.
Okay.
And I felt that if I don't want to kill the trees, I have trees along the whole lot that we planted already when I was 10, maybe. They're mature pine trees.
Yep.
And they're quite sensitive. They need a lot of water. And I thought if I put it in the same position, it's a good chance that they will survive. Anytime you move a structure in over all of those root systems that are there, it means the trees are going to die or you have to take them out. So that was the reason for that. Additionally, I use it because the cabin is so small. I have a freezer. I'm intending to put a dryer for my clothes. There's no place for anything in the cabin. And so it really is used as a place. As you see, there's a door and a window on the front. I use it like a part of the cabin. So if it gets too far away, it's a problem.
Well, I'm just wondering if you checked with the township as far as the placement adjacent to the road, if you were outside the setbacks for the road. Never checked that.
Oh, well, it's way up by the cabin. I'm 200 feet from the road.
Well, I thought it was the big one out closest to the road.
No,
it's the
that's
other one.
from 1960s. That's an ancient structure also. The one that was moved was the little one up near the house.
Oh, okay. My mistake.
And see, and you raise a good point. You know, it's in reading this, the standard. My problem is, we didn't mention this, is that if you look at the drawing here, everything I can see in front of that garage going forward is over 100 feet to the lake. The problem is it was impossible for me to know and measure that line going over the top of the cabin. That's where the problem came in with meeting the, show you here, this one.
Right. Yep.
This one was not apparent to me at the time when I took the existing spot. And here I have 100 feet, and here I have 105 feet. but the cabin is here, so this line passes over the cabin, and there was just really no way. Even when representatives came out, we measured with a tape, and they said, yeah, it looks like it's probably okay. But we were surprised by the result on the survey. And so that's kind of the issue I have with that one.
Thank you.
Okay. One last word to that is, I think it would have been allowed, because of the spacing, that if I had moved it actually ahead and attached it to the house, that could conform versus the 100 feet. That's why I say sometimes these this requirement of that it's inside of 100 feet is kind of a particular one. So if it's decided we have to move it, then there are many options that we'll have to look at of where, and one option would be to move it and attach it to the house.
Madam Chair, just to be clear, and Brian can correct me if I'm wrong, but the cabin's in the shore impact zone, so that would not be an option without a variance.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Question for staff. So just because I understand that there is a limit on number of accessory structures, does that come into play at all? If we decided, yes, these accessory structures can stay as they are, is that over the accessory structure limit or size limit?
Madam Chair, the number of structures has gone away with a spring update to the ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from board members? Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this request? Please come up to the podium. Be sure the little green light is on, and then state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Lori Comerford, and my permanent address is 14906 Blakeney Road, Eden Prairie, Minnesota. The reason I'm here tonight is I am an interested neighbor. I live 4 cottages down from Mr. Kremers, and I did submit an official written response to the request. First of all, I want to say I can clearly respect where you're coming from. But most importantly, as a lakeshore owner, the things that are important to me are, does it create runoff or anything that damages the lake? The answer is no. Does it impair somebody's view of the lake? The answer is no. The biggest thing to me as a lakeshore owner, and I appreciate, because having just built a place and we complied with every variance, there never asked for a variance, is coverage. And the answer is no. How you handle the fact that there wasn't a permit is in your jurisdiction. But to me, to require somebody to fill a landfill is just, I don't know. It's, again, I'm not telling you how to do your job in any way, shape, or form, but I am here to say, as a lakeshore owner, an interested property, nothing that Mr. Kremers did impaired the things that are important to other owners. How the complaint came in is interesting, and I think that at the end of the day, you have to do what's right. If there is a fine, I look at the one thing that happened on on Big Fish Lake a few years ago, and I'm sure you all remember it, when somebody mowed down an entire set of trees. This person was fined, which was appropriate, made restitution, but applying for an after-the-fact variance is in fact in your area to approve, and I would, with respect, ask that you approve it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this request? Okay, please come up to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Name Mark Backus, and address 27877 Hidden Cove Road, Cold Spring. I'm here as the president of the Big Fish Lake Association, and just we as the Big Fish Lake Association and all of our members do not make any of the rules. We don't enforce or can't enforce any of the rules. We've just have our statement that we make for all basic after-the-fact variances. And that's the Stearns County Environmental Service staff. Regulations, documentation are easily available, understandable by property owners, contractors, builders, and landscape companies for all new and remodeled construction projects. The Big Fish Lake Association Board supports the full compliance and enforcement of all Collegeville Township and Stearns County Environmental Services regulations, land site and building code requirements of Big Fish Lake shore properties. The Big Fish Lake Association supports all property owners' enjoyment of the lake and all property owners complying with the Collegeville Township and Stearns County Environmental Services regulations is a basic expectation to assure the continued stewardship of the lake. So from that standpoint, I fully understand what Mark has presented here, and I understand your position, but from the continuation of how much activity, as has been spoken, is happening on Big Fish, we just consistently make this statement that please, our consideration is the appropriate enforcement of all current regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this request?
Hi, Christopher Chop. I live at 26716 Tracy Terrace Road. It's one house away from Mark. Couple of things. One of the things, anything that was grandfathered in, and I understand that was because the property that you had was built in 61. I have no complaint about any of that. It's additions that we're seeing, and I guess I'm going to agree mostly with the Lake Association. The after-the-fact variances and paying fines for what you've done wrong doesn't really help maintain what the pristine or what the lake should remain. So in ensuing years, let's say somebody purchases a property that has a variance that was given for a closer to the lake, screen porch or whatever, and then they want to move on with building a house that has a front that's that close now, because that was approved at one time. And, I'm just kind of I want to try to keep any of that, and I see it happening. I agree with you. It does happen around the lake, where people are just, you do something, ask for the okay later. And that's kind of where I'm going to ask you to just follow what your guidelines are with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this request?
Hi, good evening. Tom Comerford, 14906 Blakeney Road, Eden Prairie, Minnesota. And then that was my wife that was up here talking, the good-looking blonde. And I'm at 26752 Tracy Terrace. So I want to talk about, in 1999, I came up to this lake and we bought a 1,000 square foot box. And we stayed in that box for 17 years. And we came up as a result of my wife's parents also have a place on the lake. She grew up with her parents on the lake. Why does any of this matter? It matters because I keep saying how the landscape of this lake has changed. And by that I mean when we moved in and for probably 20 years, look all straight across the lake, nothing but green trees. Then 1, 2, 3, not cabins, year-round houses that were huge. All of them multi-million-dollar homes, okay? And then you go around the point, and I call it the Gold Coast, because now there's 6 homes along there, and some of them are 3 stories tall, but they're also 150 foot wide, and maybe 250 foot deep. And those are some of the, those are all of the lots that were in the Granite Company, who am I thinking of?
Alexander.
The Alexander Trust, right? And so I personally am in commercial real estate and get involved in larger developments, and everything stayed real quiet and calm for a lot of years, and then there was like this huge building boom. And the first thing that I said to my wife Lori when we were going around the lake on the pontoon is, I can't believe that these places are getting approved. Okay? And what I'm getting at, and this is the point that I want to make, is that there's two words here that come into play. For myself as a lake owner and other lake owners around me, and that's aesthetically pleasing. When you drive in our pontoon, 3 cabins down, and look at Mark's place, you have to look hard to see what you're seeing right there from the lake. You have to say, oh, there's a nice little cute little cabin back there. It is not overwhelming. It's aesthetically pleasing. It's cute. It's been there for a long time. He's never wanted to tear it down and build because it's a legacy to his parents not to do that. Okay? And I know that, to your point, Bonnie, that doesn't create a change in the laws. But again, I'm getting to, it's not unaesthetically pleasing. It doesn't change the whole landscape of the lake. And when you talk about erosion on the water line, it's because these larger homes buy larger boats, the ski boats, right? The wake boats, and they come in and we watch it, huge waves, right? And you have to remember, and this is something to think about going forward, the size of the lake isn't changing, but the size of the population, the size of homes just gets bigger and bigger. So I don't think that, in fact, until it was pointed out to me what was done here, I really wouldn't have noticed it, because I wouldn't have gone by my pontoon and saw, what the heck is this huge monstrosity that's being built? I wouldn't have said that. And that's really all I have to say, unless somebody has any questions for me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience wish to speak to this request?
Hi,
Hello.
Gary Kremers, 26722 Teresia Terrace Road, and immediately adjacent to Mark's property.
Sure to speak into the microphone.
Sure. I'd just like to say the view from my yard over to Mark's yard is a lot different than what everyone else sees. So mainly because of a lot of stuff being stored against the line and everything else, which I can show you pictures of. I don't have enough for everyone, but I can pass them around. I also want to mention a few things. We're forgetting one other item. There's a shed that is located right about here. That shed was originally built probably before the cabin was, and Mark rebuilt it, everything on it, the base, the siding, everything but the initial structure, about 6-7 years ago, and he moved it back on the property about 8 feet. And again, I can prove that with pictures. And he moved it closer to the line. Now, the reason that's significant is that about 1 week after we started construction on our house, we built the garage in 2017, and he was unhappy with that, said I built up too high, my culvert's too big, blah, blah, blah. Well, in 2022, we started October 26th. November 3rd, he already sent an email to the other neighbor, saying they should complain about the high building, the drainage, and everything else. And yet, he was worried about his shed that's sitting right on the line, that should be 10 feet off the line. And if it were, I would have been able to slope our land. If you look here, this is sloped much nicer because we could do that. How could I do it here? If I would have been covering up some of the evergreen trees. It would have went against his shed. So now he's piled a bunch of deck boards and other stuff there, and it's very unsightly. And so that's just part of it. You got my my comments that I emailed everyone. But I'd just like to add a few other things. The garage that he moved from Tom and Lori, he could have just put in the driveway and applied for a permit. And then the site permit, you would have done a site inspection, could have came out. And I know this because we paid thousands of dollars for permits because I had to do 2 permits when I built the garage and the house. And I also had to pay for electrical permits. I had to pay for 3 times to have it surveyed, which I shouldn't have had to, but I did. And I can say that there would have been a way around it. The other thing I can say is as soon as I started building, he had no problem accessing all my personal information about my site plans. He emailed them to other people along with my permits, so I know that it could have been done. The other thing, the back, that shed that he's talking about was put there in the 1990s. It's not as old as the other shed. And the other thing with the porch addition, I still say he could have made a request. I know he's not here, but you can make a request online. Someone could have came out and done a site visit. And in my mind, if it was approved then, or they would have made a recommendation, that's fine. I just have a problem with following the codes and everything, and then someone saying they had a special circumstance that they couldn't. And as far as, you can use the email system. The back garage, which you mentioned, Rob, that was built in 1975. And, but I guess my big question is, in the rules of grandfather clause, if you move a shed about 8 feet, does that void out the grandfather clause where that would be required to move or not?
Madam Chair, do you want me to answer that?
Yes, please.
Angie Berg, Environmental Services. So the department has made the decision that that building was grandfathered in, and that's based on our typical process of reviewing old aerial photos. If an aggrieved party, including Mr. Kremers, disagrees with that, then he would have to appeal that decision to you as a board, and that's a whole different discussion. But we've made that decision, and that decision is only appealable as a separate process.
Thank you.
Well, the reason I mentioned it.
I'm sorry, if you need to speak, you need to please come up to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
She was asking what the decision was based on.
It sounds like staff based it off of old aerial photos. So they looked at the photo that they took from the air over multiple years to see when it existed.
Well,
But as Angie stated, that is something that you'll have to work with the county on appealing.
the reason I bring it up is it references a 2023 letter from David Nett that stated that that shed needed to be moved, and I was never given any update or anything as to what became of it, and it's been almost a year now. So, but
Okay, I'm Linda Kremers, live next door.
Please speak into the microphone.
Linda Kremers, 26722 Tricia Terrace Road, and next door to Mark, who and next door to Mark, who did not get a single permit. So we have pictures, and you must have aerial views from 2017, at least, to prove that he has moved this shed. So I'll pass him this way.
Well, I want to pause you for a second. Just a question for staff. It sounds like the 4 items here do not include that shed. Is this the appropriate venue and time for that?
Not.
Okay.
No, it is not, and that's why I've stated the department's made the decision based on our typical process of reviewing aerial photos. That is appealable by any aggrieved party, but that is not happening tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Other than that, unless someone has any questions of me, I am complete.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak to this request? Anyone else in the audience wish to speak to this request? Anyone else in the audience wish to speak to this request? Hearing none, I'm open for a movement to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I got a movement from Dan. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Amy. Rob?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
All right, the public hearing is now closed. So we have the option of doing all of them in one. I personally don't like that option. Knowing I did not have a chance to visit the site, I do see the screen porch and covered porch, which look like they're right next to each other. I'd be comfortable combining those together, but if anyone would prefer that we address them separately, that's okay too.
Well, a question that I have for staff in regard to whether we would do them separately or together. When looking at some of the diagrams, does it appear that one section almost meets the standard where the other one is more significantly over? I'm trying to find which picture I was looking at. Where's the...
Page 15.
Okay, she has it up on the screen there too.
So you're probably looking at the shed?
Oh, you moved it.
Oh. But isn't one of them, you know, when you're talking about the shore, the distance from the shore on the covered porch, the distance from the lake looks like it's 95 feet? Am I reading this diagram incorrectly then?
I think the shed's the 95 feet, and the two
All
porches
right.
are 41.
All right, okay, thank you.
So
That clarification. Then I'm fine with them doing them together.
Okay, so looking at this too, can someone indicate to me where the 2-foot addition was added? Is it the side that says rubber mat? It was right there. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else have an opinion on if we should or should not combine the covered porch and the screen porch? No?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Is it okay if we start that one first? All right, so after the fact findings, to leave as constructed an 8-foot by 16-foot screen porch addition in the shore impact zone, and to leave as constructed an 8-foot by 14-foot covered porch addition in the shore impact zone. When considering an after the fact variance request, the Board of Adjustment should consider these additional factors when deciding the statutory criteria. A, did the applicant act in good faith and attempt to comply with the ordinance? Did the applicant make a substantial investment? Is the construction completed? Are there similar structures in the area? And are the county's benefits outweighed by the applicant's burden if the applicant were required to comply with the ordinance? Number 1, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jason Wienerman, as it's a residential structure, it is allowed in the actual structure itself. The residential use is allowed in the zoning district.
All right, I have a yes from Jason. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls?
Madam Chair, no, the purpose of the shoreland regulations is to protect the lake and the economic value of the neighbors. And the county's benefit, the lake's benefit far outweigh the investment by the homeowner.
Okay, we have a no from Rob. Dan?
I'm going to say yes for general purpose and intent of the official control.
Okay. Amy?
No.
Jason?
I'm going to concur with no.
Bonnie?
No.
George? No.
I'm also going to be a no, especially because I don't believe the applicant acted in good faith and did not attempt to apply with the ordinance. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, I don't believe it is under Living Goals, Lakeshore Living Policies number 8, which is evaluate housing projects on the following guidelines. And the project maintains the neighborhood residential character by promoting compatible land uses. So these is not compatible with the surrounding uses, or surrounding houses.
Okay, I have a no from Jason. Rob?
No, and I'm going to add water resource policies number 2, recognize the relationship between land use and water quality.
Okay. Dan?
I'm a no.
Amy?
No.
Bonnie?
No.
George?
No.
I'm also a no. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say yes, it is reasonable to want a screened-in porch.
Okay, we have a yes from Amy. Rob?
I'm going to say no, it's encroaching into the shore impact zone, so that's not reasonable.
Dan?
I'm going to say yes. The intent is to have a screen-in porch is reasonable.
Jason?
I'm going to concur with a yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
No.
I will be a yes. So that's 5 yeses and 2 nos, a yes for number 4. Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say no, the landowner created the problem.
Okay, we have a no from Amy. Rob?
I'm going to say no, and add that there's 213 properties on Big Fish Lake, and I counted 9 screen porch type structures this morning from the lake that were visible, and 8 out of those 9 are part of the structure itself. They're not additions. So this one is unique in that manner, but unique in the wrong way.
Dan?
Also no.
Jason?
No.
Bonnie?
No.
George?
No.
And I am also a no. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jason Wienerman, I believe if we do grant the variance, the essential character of the locality will be maintained, because it's an addition of the porch, which, as was stated, there are many other porches along the lake as well.
Okay, that's a yes from Jason. Rob?
No, there's no new similar structures on Big Fish like that. So it's going to change it.
Okay, that's a no from Rob and a yes from Jason. Dan?
I'm a yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
I'm going to say yes in that the pictures that were put into evidence, you know, when you looked at them from what the back of what the lake side of the house looked like previous to this, you can't really tell much of a difference. So I'm going to say yes.
Okay, George?
Yes.
And I will be a yes, so that's 6 yeses and 1 no, so number 6 is a yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no? I'm going to say yes, that it does involve more than economic considerations. We did not discuss any economics in this meeting. Rob?
Yes.
Yes, same answer.
Okay, yes from Dan. Amy?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Okay, that's a yes. So we have questions 1, 4, 6, and 7 as a yes, but 2, 3, and 5 are no's. So I'm looking for a movement to deny this variance request.
I'll make a motion to deny.
Okay, I have a motion from Bonnie. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
A second from Amy. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. The variance has been denied. So that's regarding the screen porch and the covered porch. So please work with staff during business hours if you have any questions. The next item is the 2 by 20 foot addition. To leave as constructed, a 2 by 20 foot addition in the shore impact zone. Number 1, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located? Yes or no?
I'll say yes, additions are allowed on homes.
Okay, we have a yes from Bonnie. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official control? Yes or no? I'm going to say that my understanding of the official control is that for grandfathered in properties such as this cabin that is too close to the lake and would not be allowed to be built at this time with our current ordinances. So it's grandfathered in with the goal that if it does need to be altered enough, instead it should be removed, and one that does meet all ordinances should be built instead. So it's meant to be a very limiting ordinance to only allow very, very, very limited changes to it, understanding that property does degrade over time and will need to be replaced. The goal is to replace it later, or replace it with one that does meet standards. That being said, I believe that it's a small addition. It's just the window and the closets on the side. It's on the side of the building. It's not closer to the water at all, and it's already built. I don't believe the county's benefits are outweighed by the applicant having to rip a chunk off their building. So I'm going to say yes for number 2. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Okay, that's a yes for number 2. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, as small as the addition is, I'm going to have to say no under Water Resource Policies number 1, and adhere to adopted plans.
Okay, we have a no from Rob. Dan?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay, do you have a comprehensive goal that you feel supports that?
The living goals in that area.
Okay,
It's, again, adding those, closet space and that, to me, I think that's not something that we should be hammering down on.
Dan, I need you to speak into the
I'm sorry.
microphone
Yep.
better, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, it's always me, isn't it?
Yeah, well, no.
Okay, so we have a yes from Dan for living goals, believing that closet space is an understandable housing option for people.
And Madam Chair, if I could add on to that, the living goal number 3, which is the standard support housing options that give people in all stages of life viable choices for safe, stable, and affordable homes.
Okay.
So this is a small addition to a home. It'll allows a minor increase in size that alters allows more people with economic means opportunities.
Thank you. So that's a yes from Jason. Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. So that's 6 yeses and 1 no for number 3. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control?
I'm going to say yes to that one. It's reasonable to want to have closet space, storage space within a cabin.
Okay, we have a yes from Bonnie. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Number 5 is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, I'm going to have to say no on this one because there are many properties that adjacent landowners and folks around the lake probably have a similar situation or would like to see their homes expanded. So it's not unique to the property.
Okay, we have a no from Jason. Rob?
No.
Dan?
I'm going to say yes. You know, it was an as-built building over there, and the additional space wasn't there, so I would say that was unique to that property. So yes.
Okay, Amy?
No.
Bonnie?
That's a tough one, but I guess I am going to have to say no because there might have been other viable options to add storage space to maybe the other side of the house that would have been further away from the lake. That wouldn't have possibly impacted.
Okay.
I want to add to, just to keep in mind, he didn't get a permit to add this addition in either. I mean, all you gotta do is make phone call or fill out paperwork.
Okay. George?
No.
I agree with Amy that he did not try to get a permit. However, the construction is completed, and I still feel that the county's benefits are not outweighed by the applicant's burden in this case. And the building was built in the 1960s,
Addition wasn't.
which can limit the size of a building, and people's needs have changed since the 1960s. So I will say yes. However, there are 5 no's and 2 yeses, so that means the answer to number 5 is a no. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality, yes or no? I'm going to say yes. I don't believe that this 2-foot addition to the side of the building changes the character locality at all. Rob?
I agree, yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Jason?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. So that's a yes for number 6. Sorry, there's usually a gap there. I'm like, oh, I'll skip that one. The need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say yes. I don't think economics was a factor.
Okay, we have a yes from George. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. So we have 6 yeses, but question 5 was answered in no. So I'm looking for a movement to deny the variance.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to deny variance.
I have a motion from Amy. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, Jason Wienerman, second.
A second from Jason. Rob?
Yes.
Dan? No.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Okay, and I am also a yes. That variance has been denied. Moving on to the shed. Talivas placed a 12-foot by 22-foot residential accessory structure 95 feet from the ordinary high water level of Big Fish Lake. Is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, accessory
Go ahead.
structures are allowed in R1.
We have a yes from Rob. Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official control, yes or no?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say yes because this is only a 2%, 2%? 5% variance from the ordinance. It's the corner of the garage. So I think the intrusion into the impact zone is negligible, so I'm going to say yes.
Okay, we have a yes from Jason. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes, for the same reason.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George? Yes. And I'm also a yes. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan? Yes or no?
I'm going to say yes because of the minimal amount of difference.
Okay, we have a yes from Bonnie. Rob?
Yes.
Oh, actually,
I'm gonna,
oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna clarify that with Lakeshore Living number 1. I'll go with that.
All right, that's what I was going to ask Bonnie. Do you have one?
I will agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, yes, it's reasonable to want to store items in a shed.
Okay, we have a yes from Amy. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George? Yes. I'm a yes. Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner?
Madam Chair, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to say no. He's got plenty of room. He could have made up that 5 feet.
Okay, we have a no from Rob. Dan?
I'm going to say yes, just the difficulty in measuring and looking at where it was placed and using the hard space that the other shed was on before.
Okay.
It makes sense.
Sorry, Jason, did you want to
No,
say?
I will concur with that answer.
Okay. Amy?
Yes.
So Jason is a yes. Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
No.
Okay. I think it's not unique to the property, but it's already there. I don't know that our benefits are outweighed by the applicant's burden, so I'm going to say yes as well. So that's 5 yeses and 2 nos, so that's a yes for number 5. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality?
I'll say yes because there was a garage or shed there previously, and it was just replaced by this one.
Okay, yes from Bonnie. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations. Yes or no?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say yes. We did not talk about economics on this one.
All right, we have a yes from Jason. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So we have all questions in the affirmative. I'm looking for a movement to approve this variance.
Madam Chair, I'll approve.
All right, I have a movement from Amy. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
A second from George. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie? Yes. And I'm also a yes. That is passed. So that part of the variance regarding your accessory structure has been approved. Thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions, please speak with staff during business hours. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 2. An after the fact request from Bradley and Melissa Riebel, Bloomington, Minnesota, from section 9.9.9A and 10.2.11A of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance number 439 to leave as constructed a 12-foot, 22-foot irregular 217 square foot deck less than 10 feet from a side property line, less than 100 feet from the ordinary high water level of Cedar Island Lake, classified recreational development, and less than 30 feet from the top of a bluff. Said ordinance requires a structure setback of 10 feet from a side property line, 100 feet from the ordinary high water level of a lake classified recreational development, and 30 feet from the top of a bluff. Affected property, Lot 6 of Meemkins East Lake Addition, Section 25, Track 123 North, Rod 31 West, Munson Township. Property address 19561 Cedar Island Lake Road, Richmond, Minnesota. So applicant, make sure the little green light is on, and please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, I'm Brad Riebel, and my permanent address is 9452 Stevens Avenue South in Bloomington, Minnesota.
Okay, thank you. I'll do a roll call of who was able to visit the site. Rob?
Yes, I spoke to the renter while I was there.
Renter?
I'm sorry?
A renter?
There was a young lady there. I don't know.
Renter.
Oh, boy. Okay. You did.
Dan?
The right house, but she came out in the yard
I
while I
did
was
visit.
around back, so I...
Yes.
Amy? I was not able to visit. Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie? Yes. George?
No.
Okay, and a staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some background on the property. The applicants own Lot 6 of Meemkins East Lake Addition on Cedar Island Lake in Munson Township. East Lake Addition was platted in 1949 prior to the official controls, and the tract contains 15,439 square feet in lot area per the survey provided with the application. The property is in the R1 zoning district, and the applicant purchased the property in 2019. The primary dwelling on the property was constructed in 1950 prior to the official controls. Environmental Services received an inquiry from the applicants in March to add a second-story addition to the dwelling on the property. It was at this time that staff determined there was no permits on file for the deck. The deck was constructed in 1990 by the previous owners prior to the adoption of bluff setback standards. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Cedar Island Lake, which is classified as recreational development. Cedar Island is on the list of impaired waters for mercury in fish and nutrients. The impervious lot coverage is 27.7% according to the survey submitted by the applicants, and is proposed to be below 25%, so not a part of this request. The subsurface sewage treatment system on the property is compliant based on a 2024 inspection. The setback deviation of the deck to the side yard, the ordinary high water level, and top of bluff represent a 74%, a 47.2%, and a 54% deviation, respectively, from the required setbacks. Munson Township, the Chain of Lakes Association, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. Some alternatives include granting or denying the request based on the findings of fact, or to reduce the size of the deck to meet at least the side yard setback. We didn't receive any correspondence on this request, and that is all I have.
Thank you. Applicant, do you have any comments or additional information you'd like to give, please?
Just a few short comments. As was just stated, we simply purchased this property recently in 2019, but we love the area, we love the people, and we hope to be able to make this our forever home. Also, as was stated, the deck on the cabin was built prior to our purchase, and not until we hired a surveyor to do a survey on the property did we then learn that the deck was very close to the property line. And you would never guess that the deck would be that close, 2.7 feet to the property line, by looking at the property, from any direction, because there's adequate space between cabins. It's unique that the property line is at such an angle that the corner of the deck is only 2.7 feet from the property line. So As I stated in the variance request, I believe it's reasonable to have a lakeside deck to enjoy the view of the lake. And I believe it's also consistent with your comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Any questions from board members?
Madam Chair, 2 questions for staff. So on the photo, and just to confirm, the deck we're looking at, is that the wooden structure or is that the larger flagstone structure as well?
The wooden structure.
Okay. And then the second question, you indicate the deck was installed before the adoption of the Bluffland ordinances. So would it be grandfathered in because of that, or is that something we shouldn't be considering today?
Madam Chair, Member Wienerman, had the deck been permitted, then it would have grandfathering. It would have been prior to those controls as we allow this structures built before the shoreline ordinance, but that's where we're at today with no permit. Yep.
Question for applicant. Can I just ask why you didn't get a permit?
It was there when I bought the property. It was built in 1990. I just bought the property in 2019.
Oh, okay.
And a question for staff. If this were to be approved, in the future, if they'd want to reconstruct or, repair an aging deck, would they be able to repair it as it currently stands then?
Or would that have to meet the setbacks at that time?
Madam Chair, Member Mossman, they would be allowed then to replace it in place as is to the same exact dimensions. If they wanted to expand on it, they would then need a variance at that time to make that expansion. But granting a variance tonight would make it a legal non-conforming structure.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Madam Chair, another question. So when I'm reading the staff report, if we deny the variance, the applicant can reduce that deck from that 74% level and be in conformance. You've got it, it's top level, a 74% exceedance. So if they bring that 74% down, they're then compliant.
But that would pretty much eliminate that.
Well, yeah, look at the property, there'd be
Do you
like
have
no
intentions
deck.
on replacing the deck?
Not enlarging it, but only replacing the top boards that are starting to rot.
Okay.
So yes, I'd like to replace the boards with maintenance-free material, but not change the size of it.
Angie, did you have an aerial photo to show the proximity to the neighboring property?
The survey would show that.
Madam Chair, to answer Mr. Wienerman's question, if the request is denied, the applicant would have to remove the deck because we still have the bluff setbacks that are there.
Okay.
And ordinary high setback that's not being met. So it would be a full, the alternative that was mentioned wasn't to bring it into full compliance, but just more in compliance than what it's being requested as is.
Okay.
Is this the second one from the left? Your other left.
Tough crowd, tough crowd.
Okay. So do we know if the neighboring property, if there is that, isn't it 10-foot required for any of their buildings to the property line? I just want to be sure that if it's not, if that one's not encroaching and this one's not, or this one is,
Their setback.
Okay, as long as there's not like a hidden shed or something in those trees.
No, that's a good question. I think we learned that last month on a different application. So, yeah, it's about 46 feet.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from board members?
Yeah, I do for applicant. Just out of curiosity, when you bought the property, was this disclosed at all? No.
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, it was not disclosed. And as I stated, you would never guess that the property line is that close to the deck until we did the survey and realized it.
Sure.
Any other questions from board members?
A question for staff. I mean, this comes up at other times in other situations. Is it, do you know, is it required to have a survey when you purchase a property like this?
Madam Chair, Member Fiedler, surveys are not required for purchasing of a property,
Okay, thanks.
as much as we'd like them to be.
Yep. Companies require it, depending on the loan amount, but it's not something the county requires.
Dan, did you have a?
Just a comment, after visiting the site, I didn't think it was out of place, and I'm actually kind of shocked when I looked at the property line, the way that layout is, and the way the house is put in there like that at an angle.
Right.
At that, and I don't know if it was plotted after the fact, the way it kind of looks, like it's just trying to, but it's a strange, and one of the reasons why it doesn't look like it could be is a slope. There's a tremendous slope going down over on both sides, which gives great separation over there. So in this case, if this is denied, would your intent be to replace it with a smaller deck, or have you thought about that, or is it?
It's my understanding that there's really no room for a deck because the corner of the cabin is 10 feet from the property line. So anything that I put out towards the lake is going to be out of compliance.
Right.
And the bluff.
I'd
too.
have to remove the deck
The bluff
entirely.
is, yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this request? Okay. Please come up to the podium, make sure the green light is on, and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jim Duax. I'm at 19573 Cedar Island Lake Road. I own the property that is adjoining and the property line that we're talking about encroaching on. My wife and I purchased our home in 2005, and I can just confirm that the deck on Mr. Riebel's property was already there. I've seen no changes to it. I've seen no modifications to it. I don't see how it would impact us as the neighboring property. If we were to ever sell, I can't imagine it impacting the next buyer. The property lines are unique in that area. My property line goes in front of his house. My neighbor to the other side goes in front of my house. The houses were built one way, the property lines run the other way. It doesn't affect our view. I see no reason to deny the permit. Since the deck's been there 30 years, I think you need to approve the permit, leave the deck standing as is. And because there was no malice on Mr. Riebel's behalf, I think the cost to him for that permit should be minimal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak to this request? Anyone else in the audience wish to speak to this request? Anyone else in the audience wish to speak to this request? Hearing none, I'm open for a movement to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I got a movement from Bonnie,
Second.
a second from Jason. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. The public hearing is now closed. Moving to the findings of fact, the after the fact findings. Number 1, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, having a deck in the R1 is permitted.
I have a yes from George. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official control?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say yes, and again, for the general purposes, intent of the official control.
I'm gonna say yes, but I wanna add, you have to keep in mind this was done prior to his purchase too, so sorry, yes. It was done before he purchased it.
Well, my understanding is when you purchase a property, you are also purchasing deviations from the ordinance too.
But this was negligent on the prior owner, and the property is unique how the house does sit in there, so.
Jason?
Yeah, I'll add, so in terms of the bluff, this was installed before the Bluffland ordinance was adopted, so there's that.
Right.
And we did hear from the neighbor who did not express any concerns about this encroachment into the line. And one of the purposes of the ordinances and controls is to minimize conflicts between the neighbor. So hearing of no concern from the adjacent neighbor, I do believe we are meeting the purpose and intent of the controls.
Okay, we have a yes from Jason. Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
I'm going to state the, part of the setbacks that it's not meeting are from this property line, which it looks like was not necessarily drawn with respect to the homes, or the homes were not built with respect to the property line all along that whole road. So I think that it does meet with the general purposes and intent as Jason says. With regards to the bluff, I'm going to agree too. Sorry, I had to think out loud as I thought through all of those options. Okay, so that's a yes for number 2. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan?
Madam Chair, I want to say yes. Living goals number 3 is support housing options that give people in all life stages the whole thing.
Okay, we have a yes from Amy. Rob?
I'll agree with number 3, yes.
Okay, Dan?
Yes, for number 3.
Okay, Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
I think, okay, we can be a yes for that one. Number 3 is a yes. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, the use of a deck is perfectly fine.
Okay, we have a yes from George. Rob?
I want to apologize to Ms. Riebel. I had your deck mixed up with one we did last month, but when I saw the picture, I remembered it. Everybody on that side of the lake has the same thing. They're up on top of the bluff, and so it's a yes.
Okay. Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Jason? Yes. Bonnie?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner?
Madam Chair, Jason Wienerman, I'm going to cite 2 features that are unique to the property. Number 1, the houses are angled adjacent to the property lines, which is odd. So it may not be unique to the property, but I believe it's fairly unique to this location where a lot of the properties appear to be angled. So it's not a clean understanding of where the property lines are. Second, this was installed prior to the landowner purchasing it. It has been around for a couple of decades. So that was significantly before the landowner acquired the property.
Okay, that's a yes from Jason. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say yes, that it's all the same there. It's decks and houses over on top of the bluffs.
Okay, we have a yes from Rob. Dan?
I'll say yes for the same reason, but no renter.
Amy?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Number 7, The need for the variance involves more economic considerations, yes or no?
Madam Chair, yes, economics weren't discussed.
We have a yes from Amy. Rob?
Yeah.
Dan?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. All questions answered in the affirmative. I'm looking for a movement to approve the variance.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the variance.
I have a motion from Amy. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
And a second from Dan. Rob?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. The variance has been approved. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 3, a request from Andrew and Mary Woychek from Richmond, Minnesota, from section 6.2.1G of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance number 439 to construct a residential accessory structure less than 10 feet from a principal residential building. Said ordinance requires accessory structures be no less than 10 feet from the principal residential building. Affected property, the west 25 feet of Lot 11 and all of Lot 12 of Hideaway Shores, Section 36, Track 123 North, Rod 31 West, Munson Township. Property address 19476 Elm Crest Road, Richmond, Minnesota. Applicant, make sure the little green light is on and please state your name and address for the record.
Michael Lang, Paragon Homes. I am representing my client. I'm the general contractor, licensed in Minnesota.
Could you state the...
Yes, address. My address is 18947 225th Street, Richmond, Minnesota.
Okay, thank you. Site visit roll call. Were you able to visit the site? Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
I was not able to visit. Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
No.
Okay, thank you. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The applicants own the west 25 feet of Lot 11 and all of Lot 12 of Hideaway Shores in Section 36 of Munson Township. Hideaway Shores was platted in 1970 prior to official controls, and the tract contains 19,074 square feet, according to a survey submitted by the applicant. They purchased the property in 2011. There is an existing 1,172 square foot dwelling on the property that was constructed in 1980. The septic system that serves the dwelling was inspected in 2023 and certified compliant. A 14 by 18 foot dwelling addition was permitted in January of this year and is currently under construction. At the time of the addition permit, it was identified by department staff that the existing deck was constructed larger than what was permitted in 1999. A stipulation agreement was signed by the property owner to reduce the existing deck to the dimensions that were permitted. The deck has been reduced to the originally permitted dimensions and is in compliance. The applicants are proposing to construct a 24 by 26 detached accessory structure with 9-foot sidewalls and a 16-foot peak height. The proposed structure will be within the Shoreland Overlay District of Cedar Island Lake, but meets all the lake setbacks. A variance has been granted by the township to place the accessory structure 12.13 feet from the right-of-way of Elm Crest Road instead of the required 30-foot setback. This request represents a 48.4% deviation from the required 10-foot setback standard. Munson Township, Sauk River Watershed District, Chain of Lakes Association, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. Alternatives and recommendations. Grant or deny the variance as requested based on the findings of fact. Reduce the size of the deck to accommodate the garage and required setbacks, or attach the garage to the dwelling, eliminating the need for the variance. I haven't received any correspondence on this request, and that is all I have.
Thank you. For the applicant, do you have any additional comments or information?
As a representative to my client, I had coached Andrew and Mary Woychek that to place a garage which would fit their needs to use this cabin year-round, as they are both retired, we would want to try to meet as many setbacks from the outer perimeter of their property, 10-foot setback, accommodate for access to service the well, go for a variance request to the township for the road right-of-way, which was accepted, and basically give the burden onto the client's own property, which is the request to be 5 feet, actually 5 foot 0.17 to the existing deck. I had mentioned to my client that having a garage to accommodate their needs to live year-round and to take on their own burden would be a lesser burden on other properties, and to take into consideration that the dwelling, which I consider to be 4 walls, windows, heated, air-conditioned, which is the house, is further than the corner of the garage to the deck. The property is unique, as you can see the shape of the property, but we are trying to accommodate the use of the property with access to the well for service, only encroaching closer to the road right-of-way, which is on a dead-end curve, and the Munson Township has granted that variance to be closer to the center and road right-of-way. Their property does not have any accessory structure for a garage to park vehicles. You could see on that particular picture where they park now is gravel, possible erosion, and then the other task at hand is to, as all lake owners, have accessory toys, and to have a garage to store that and not have that laying around or be an eyesore, is the request of my client. I meet most setbacks, and I also meet the height requirement with this particular size of 24 by 26, as you can see the drawing. Everything was permitted before this client has purchased the property, and I have continued with all my efforts to permit all of his requests also. And that would be it.
Thank you. Any questions from board members?
Madam Chair, question for staff. So what is the purpose for the 10-foot setback between the structures? Is it a safety issue?
Madam Chair, Member Wienerman, I believe the setback is based in fire code.
Okay.
Is what, I think that's where we have that standard from, is a 10-foot between structures coming from building code.
This is a dead end, correct?
Correct.
And then, Madam Chair, question for the applicant's representative. Why 26 feet and not, or was it 24? I think it was 24. So why the 24 and not 19? 19 feet would put you in compliance.
For me to answer that, my client has 2 vehicles. They also have a pontoon, and if they were to store their pontoon and come up for the weekend or the week or the month and have their vehicle also during the wintertime, everybody knows that having a single garage door, you will see on there it's an 18 requested instead of a 16, because when you have a large 16-foot garage door, you're always pie shaping your vehicles in parking. So I'm trying to accommodate as a builder to give them efficient space to open doors when there's another item stored in there that is not feasible to angle, like a pontoon.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, just a question for staff. And the 10-foot that includes a deck structure too? Or?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Member Ray, that's our interpretation. That's how we enforce it with our ordinance.
And a question for the builder, was attaching it to the house ever considered, or, what were their thoughts on that?
Yes, I did ask if he had any intentions to have that as an option. And my client, and I do agree with his comment back, the front entrance to the cabin is dead center. Angie, could you put an arrow up?
An aerial?
An arrow? Like use your mouse, if I could point with your, yeah, see where the deck is? Now, in her moving mouse, if she were to move left across the deck until you see the word deck and then move straight to the cabin. That is their entrance to the house. And there are 2 windows. One of them is their living room. The other one is their bedroom. It is a log cabin. And so with log cabins and having a lot of wood, there's not much natural light, reflecting. So to attach it to the cabin would be a nightmare, if I were to say.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members?
Angie, can you put up the property lines on there again?
I'll get there.
The survey would show that properly.
Yeah, you probably saw me bring this up earlier, and this isn't going to be accurate. Yeah, it's not even close. It's more like this.
Wow.
Go to the survey?
Yeah.
Looks
Okay,
like
I was just looking at
10 feet there.
potential of putting that garage.
We also entertained that. The setback would not be met, and the septic is in that area. And the deck that was considered to be changed, which I did, is at that septic area, was just over 4 feet as a set of stairs. And so we downsized that already by remodeling it by 6 inches.
Thanks.
Any other questions from board members?
Madam Chair, I have a question for the builder. Can you take the garage and counterclockwise it?
Explain.
You're taking the close corner, bring that down, turn the whole building.
I see what you're saying. More or less, you're asking to parallel it to the 10-foot property?
Okay, that'd be one way of saying it, yes.
It wouldn't change having a variance.
It wouldn't move 5 feet?
It wouldn't meet the 10-foot to the deck, correct. It would still be a variance request probably for maybe 7 feet instead of the 5 foot, if you were to tweak it. I had the survey done. I always have surveys done when I work with clients. It's to their benefit, and they incur the cost. And I worked with O'Malley to give me possible options prior to ending up with this one. There is also a fairly big oak tree at the corner of the property between both landowners. And we all know oaks are sensitive, oak wilt, whatever. That picture doesn't show the leaves of it, but it's the shadowy corner.
Madam Chair, question for the applicant's representative. How wide is that deck? Can they, I know the deck is there, but according to the survey, it looks pretty wide.
It is as wide as the cabin plus the 4-foot walkway.
So how,
10,
coming off the house?
10 feet. It's a 10-foot deck.
And they altered it to make it in compliance already, correct?
The set of stairs to the lakeside, if the survey could be shifted slightly, you'll see the deck kind of wrap to there where you see like two legs. You're so quick, Angie.
This isn't.
If you were to use, yep, right there, where her mouse is moving, that set of stairs. So the 4-foot walkway is level with the deck, and then we step down to the set of stairs walking towards the lake shore, which is their yard that they use. That particular deck was the one that we modified because it was out of compliance. You're allowed a 4-foot walkway. You're allowed a 4-foot set of stairs. They have log railings, so the deck was 4 feet between the log railings and made the actual steps 4'6".
Thank you. Any other questions from board members? Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this request? Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this request? Okay. Make sure the little green light is on and then state your name and address for the record.
Should be good. Alex Evavold, address 8381 148th Street, Clearwater, Minnesota. Just another builder here, just thinking of some of the comments that he made. I do agree with not attaching the structure. Technically, in the building code, attaching two non-conforming structures. One would be a residential construction build. The other one is a log home, which do settle. So attaching those structures technically would not work well. But I agree. Also thinking about a truck, 26 foot deep. You know, by the time you have a 22, 23 foot truck, long truck, pull in, you don't have much room. So, yeah, that's just my thoughts. I think it's well thought out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this request? Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this request? Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this request? Hearing none, I'm open for a movement to close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to close.
I got a motion from Amy. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
A second from Rob. Dan?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. The public hearing is now closed. So the variance request is to construct a residential accessory structure 5.16 feet from a principal residential building. Number one, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning districts in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, yes, accessory structures are allowed in R1.
I have a yes from Amy. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Number two, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jason Wienerman, I'm going to say no because the intent of the official controls is fire safety. That 5-foot distance between the two structures, particularly with one of them being a log cabin, places both structures at severe risk should one of them ignite.
Okay, that's a no from Jason. Rob?
I will agree with that. No.
Dan?
I would say yes, because the structure being a deck, fire hazards on the deck, I don't see, and also the shed structure, so I'm a yes on it.
Amy?
I'm a yes, and I'd like to put on record that the township granted this, so they have no objections to it. And I do think that the homeowners did take really good, it was the best place to put it. And it meets the setbacks on the lakeside. So, and that's what we were trying to avoid.
Okay. Bonnie?
I'm going to say yes, and looking at the size of the garage, a 24 by 26 is pretty standard now in a lot of modest accessory structures.
Okay, that's a yes from Bonnie. George?
Yes.
I'm going to say no. I agree with the fire risk, and I believe the township only approved the setback from the road and not necessarily the setback from the deck. But that's 3 no's and 4 yeses, so that's a yes for number 2. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, yes, living goal is number 3.
Okay, we have a yes from Amy. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, yes, it's reasonable to want to store your vehicles and other recreational items in a covered shed out of Minnesota elements.
Okay, that's a yes from Amy. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner, yes or no?
I'm going to say yes. The shape of the lot, the location of the, septic wells, those types of things make it very difficult to put it anywhere else.
Okay, I have a yes from Bonnie.
Madam Chair, I'm going to say no, because it's the assets that are owned by the landowner. They're trying to store their equipment and machinery. That's a landowner decision and issue, unrelated to the property. There are other options for storing equipment.
How would you store a truck and a car without a garage?
Can be stored off-site.
Okay, so we have a no from Jason and a yes from Bonnie. Rob?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to revert back to the wants and not a need. They could do things to meet that setback.
Okay, Dan?
I'm going to say yes.
Amy?
I'm going to say yes.
George?
Yes.
I'm going to say no. I believe you could still make a reasonable sized garage that would fit those, the ordinance requirements. It might not be as big as they'd like, but I still think that a reasonable sized garage could fit there. But that's 4 yeses and 3 no's, so that's a yes for number 5. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say no on this one, because driving around that site and the particular choice of location for this garage, this thing's going to be pretty doggone visible when you come around that turn. It's going to be a very noticeable structure that will stand out as being different from surrounding properties, from what I remember on the drive.
Okay, we have a no from Jason. Rob?
I'm going to say no. I don't think it's going to blend in well.
Okay, Dan?
Well, I'm going to say yes, considering the traffic pattern down on the road over there, and I don't think that with the oak tree, as long as I don't see it as being a big issue. Everybody else has garages there, set aside buildings and everything. It doesn't seem to be objectable to me when I drive through there. So.
Okay, Amy?
I'm also a yes, to keep in mind it is a dead-end road, so there's no traffic down there.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
I'm going to say a no. I think a big garage like this will change from where there's no garage there now. I think that will be a significant difference. But that's 3 no's and 4 yeses, so that's a yes for number 6. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
I'm going to say the need for it is more the use rather than anything financial.
Okay, so that's a yes from Bonnie. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that's a yes for number 7. All answers in the affirmative. I'm looking for a movement to approve the variance request.
Madam Chair, before we make the motion, so I understand the vote on here, so a question for staff. Because the findings of fact, we have achieved majority positions on all 7 items. Do we vote in favor based upon that, or is it an independent decision at this time?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I think that if the vote were to reflect something different than your findings, you would have to go back and change the findings to support the yes vote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so looking for a motion to approve the variance based off of the number of yeses.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion from Amy. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
A second from George. Rob?
No.
Dan?
Yes.
Jason? Yes. Bonnie?
Yes.
And I am a yes, so that is, it passes. That variance has been approved. Thank you very much. I'd like us to take a 5-minute recess, please. So it is 8:17, so at 8:22, come back. Thank you. She requested it. the Board of Adjustment meeting for today. Agenda item number 4, please. A request from Alex Evavold on behalf of KPH Enterprises LLC, Clearwater, Minnesota, from Section 9.9.9A and 10.2.11A of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance number 439 and 6.2.1P of Stearns County Subsurface Sewage Treatment System Ordinance number 422 to construct a 3,233 square foot residential dwelling less than 63 feet to the center line and less than 30 feet to the right-of-way of a Two Rivers Road, a township road, and less than 100 feet to the ordinary high water level of Two Rivers Lake, and to place a subsurface sewage treatment system tank less than 10 feet to an occupied structure, and to construct a subsurface sewage treatment soil treatment area less than 20 feet to a primary structure and less than 10 feet to a side property line. Said ordinances require structure setback of no less than 63 feet to the center line or 30 feet of the right-of-way of a township road and no less than 100 feet from the ordinary high water level of a lake-classified recreational development, and requires subsurface sewage treatment system tanks be no less than 10 feet from an occupied structure and soil treatment areas be no less than 20 feet from an occupied structure and no less than 10 feet from a side property line. Is that just one sentence? Affected property, Lot 8 of Block 1 of Blonigan's Addition Plat 2 to Holding Township, Section 31, Track 126 North, Rod 30 West, Holding Township. Property address 19482 Two Rivers Road, Avon, Minnesota. So applicants, make sure the little green light's on and then state your name and address for the record, please.
Keith Elgott, 2277 197th Street East, Clearwater, Minnesota.
Okay.
Julie Dombrowski, 2277 197th Street East, Clearwater, Minnesota.
Okay, and you can bend it down, it's bendy. Yep. Okay, thank you. A site visit roll call. Rob? Yes. Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
I was not able to visit the site. Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie? Yes. George?
Yes. I'm sorry, no.
Okay, thank you. And a staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about the request. They're just as fun to type, so. The applicants own Lot 8 of Block 1 of Blonigan's Addition, Plat 2 to Holding Township, Section 31 of Holding Township. Blonigan's Addition, Plat 2 to Holding Township was platted in 1970 prior to official controls, and the tract contains 19,622 square feet, according to a survey submitted by the applicant. They purchased the property in 2022. The applicants are proposing to eliminate all structures existing on the property currently. The existing 1,168 square foot dwelling and 22 by 32 foot detached garage were built in 1973. The septic system serving the dwelling was inspected in 2022 and certified compliant, and the existing impervious lot coverage is 16.1%. The applicants are proposing to construct a 3,233 square foot dwelling and attached garage, a 10 foot by 38 foot rock bed mound, and install 3 septic and pump tanks. The proposed structure will be within the Shoreland Overlay District of Two Rivers Lake. Two Rivers is on the impaired waters list for mercury and fish and bioassessment. The dwelling footprint is within the floodplain of Two Rivers Lake and proposes to meet the elevation standards. The site plan proposes to use retaining walls at the side property lines to retain the septic system and meet the floodplain fill requirements. The proposed requests for setback deviations are as follows. The dwelling to the right-of-way is an 11.2% deviation. The dwelling to the ordinary high water level of Two Rivers Lake is a 49.7% deviation. The septic tank to the dwelling is a 33.3% deviation. The septic drain field to the dwelling is a 49.9% deviation. The septic drain field to the side property line is a 20% deviation. The intent of the drain field and tank setback requirements is to prevent interference of the construction, operation, and maintenance of the subsurface sewage treatment system. The proposed impervious lot coverage is 22.7% and not a part of this request. Holding Township, Friends of Two Rivers Lake, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. Some alternatives would be to grant or deny the variance based on the findings of fact. Another alternative would be to modify building plans and consider a second story to reduce the footprint of the structure on the lot. We did receive correspondence that was shared with all of the board members and with the applicants, and those are part of your packets and the variance proceedings tonight. And that is all that I have.
Okay, thank you. Applicant, do you have any additional comments or information you'd like to give about this application?
We bought the property for a family type of deal for the grandkids and the kids. And we have quite a few, and the house is pretty run down. So this is our decision to try and make it our retirement home eventually, and for the kids and grandkids to come out and enjoy it holidays and summertime and ice fish in the wintertime.
Okay, thank you. Any question from board members?
Madam Chair, I have a question on the application, question number 4. The answer is the house size has been reduced to minimize the setback from the ordinary high water mark. I don't know what that means. You haven't built the house, so you can't reduce it. Basically, what you're reducing is ink on paper.
When we Al Evavold here, Cap Custom Homes, address 8381 148th Street Northwest. When we originally applied for and started creating this site plan for this property, the structure was larger. Once I hired Cronin O'Malley, we actually had 2 different survey companies come because of the ordinary high water mark, and Bernie can touch on that if you, here after a bit. But the ordinary high water mark comes way up the lot line, right up the property line on the left side. So that's where we started to run into some snags in that, and that's why we hired a separate survey company to verify that at that point. And that's where then we pulled everything back from the structure to try to meet and minimize that. Yeah, so you can see that little tail of the ordinary high water mark comes way up there. Also, if you wouldn't mind, Bernie and I will share the podium, if that's fine with the board. Thank you. Bernie, if you have anything more you want to touch on that.
So Bernie, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Bernie Miller, 9075 155th Street, Kimball.
Thank you.
And was hired by Al to figure out the septic system. We also help quite a bit on different planning and variances for different projects, and a lot in other counties too. And so we initially, I think Al, even kind of prior to this initial survey, I think he had an idea of a house design, a preliminary design that he worked out with them that they were hoping to have, and then came across floodplain issues, which the initial survey didn't really point that out. So, and then we started looking into the ordinary high water and realized that, we thought that we were plenty far back. When you look further back on this, I'll maybe point out a couple of things if you don't mind. If you could scroll so we can.
Actually, Bernie, we need you in the mic. So, Brian, do you have the little thingy? Otherwise, for the recording, we can't hear anything.
I'll try not to.
No, you have to stay by the mic.
Oh, so I just gotta talk.
In the microphone.
Oh.
Point and talk.
Okay, so maybe she can point out where we're talking about. And so what he was showing was with the ordinary high water on the sides, it actually runs up both sides of the property like that. And I think that was probably created at one point because it's naturally right on the property line for drainage. So and it does come up on the other side as well, so you can see where it comes up. And it actually is really nice for drainage on the property, other than it creates a problem for the ordinary high water, when you look at the setbacks. If you look at the setback for, out where the lake really is, it's about at 91.7, the closest point to the proposed house. So it is considerably far back, with the exception of where that ordinary high water runs up. And so I would say that is unique to this property. And, we did have some discussion, and on other properties and other projects, we've had issues where we've had some erosion and the ordinary high water has moved, and we've had to work with the DNR to actually restore that. But in this case, it's very helpful to help move that water towards the lake and have the natural drainage on the side property lines. So that is something that I feel is very unique here, and I think that's not unique to just this property. I think there's other properties out here that have a similar thing, and maybe, I haven't been on all of these properties, or I haven't been on probably even 2% of them, so I don't know for sure. But I think staff has told me that has been something that has come up. So with the floodplain, we looked at a couple different options. We've actually had an engineer involved with this, and we have in the past asked for variances to not meet the 15-foot requirement to fill, because we're required to fill 15 feet outside the perimeter of the house to within 1 foot of the base flood elevation, or the regulatory flood elevation, I'm sorry. So, we could have asked for a variance to reduce that, would have added another variance. We have figured out, and you can put the walls on the sides like that and meet the flood requirements, and we can control the drainage without running it onto the neighbor's property. And so in this case, we have the drainage lakeside will run, can run into where that ordinary high water runs up on them swales on the side. I will say that the existing structures there don't meet the flood requirements. The grade for the majority of the lot is about 1.7 feet lower than the base flood elevation. And we're proposing to raise it up to that 1138.3, which would meet the 1138.25 or whatever is the regulatory flood elevation for the lowest floor. So it is a single-story house. We looked at different options as far as how to position the house, how to fit it in there. We've worked on this nonstop since January, trying to figure out different ways, different house designs, trying to manage what they're trying to get and, what would most comply with the regulations. The septic system is an advanced system or pretreatment system, so it's a type 4. They categorize it as. It requires an operating permit, requires it be sampled once a year, at least typically once a year. The water that it produces is near drinking water standards, and in normal situations, like in other states, they irrigate their lawns with it. Illinois discharges it to their rivers and lakes after it. We still are required to go to drain fields here or some type of mound. So this is kind of a modified mound system. And one other thing to point out is that there is an easement, a 12-foot utility easement that runs parallel to the right-of-way. Maybe, Al, you can point that out. So, in the past we have tried, there's been occasions where we've had no other alternative but to put the septic system in an easement or even in the road right away. And in this case, I think it's not a good idea to do that. And it's also very complicated to do that. So, we basically shoved everything as tight as we possibly can. As far back as we can possibly fit. Again, we're under the impervious coverage, which, about 23% or whatever, so we're under the 25, and, I think we meet the side yard. We could, technically we could go to 10-foot side yard setbacks, and we're at 15, so, number of things that would I think, be improvements on this. They did mention the septic system is compliant that's there. It is a holding tanks right now, so, and this would be a full septic system. And with that, I think I'll answer questions if you have them.
Okay, any questions from board members?
Madam Chair, Jason Wienerman here. So the existing structure is 1,200 feet, and you're almost going 3 times that big. Why is that 3,200 square feet, or what the number was?
Yep, that includes the garage also at that point.
Okay.
So the existing.
So you're about twice the existing square footage. So for the 3,200 square feet, is that a hard number, or how is that number come upon?
I can talk a little bit about the construction then at that point. So, again, the home is a patio home. It's a 2,100 square foot patio home, so 2,100 square foot living space. We have a 2-car garage at that point. The garage is 965 square feet. That added footage that you're referring to includes that covered front porch on the front. So that includes that 3,000 square foot number. We've reduced the size to begin with, and now, you know, with the requirements of the septic system, limited space was 4-bedroom, reduces that down to 3 bedrooms. So then Bernie could actually still create a septic site between the tanks and the drain field that would still be compliant on the site. So it is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. There is a small office nook on the backside for Julie. Other than that, it's a kitchen and an entry and a mudroom. I don't think anything's too, as far as living standards today, that it's over extravagant in size. Again, the point was try to do more of a patio home. We meet the side setbacks, so the point is for long-term living. So that's kind of where we're going with that.
Thank you.
Yep.
A question for staff or the applicant. Do we have any visual that shows what the building envelope would look like that would meet all of the setbacks?
I don't know.
Yeah, the setbacks, I can point it out, Al, if you.
Yep.
A lot of lines on here, so this would be.
So there's that tiny little triangle that you can see in there. Yeah, it's kind of that where the drain field is currently.
And so if you consider the drain field, then we would be 20 feet up beyond the drain field on all sides. There's lots of building.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
your question.
Any other questions from board members?
Madam Chair, I don't really have a question. I just want to talk to the builders here. Normally when we get the lakeshore waterfront variance request, we deal with one issue. You've got 5 of them stacked up on there. The lots were designed way back when for 1,800 square foot houses. Now you're going to double that and put it on a 100-year-old lot. The lots weren't platted to fit a house that big on. That's why you're asking for 5 variances, 5 issues.
Well, I think that in some situations, we come across this where we look at, and that's why I like them to that they show here the deviation, is that the fact that The number of variances, I mean, we've had some before in other jurisdictions that had 9, and it's the significance of each variance. Because we could push this house all the way to the lake and we would only need 1 variance, and that would be from the lake. So we're not, what we're trying to do is do what we think is the best thing for this property. I will say that the ordinance does allow for 25%, okay? So, I mean, if they have, I mean, it's not different in shoreland overlay, it's not different in floodplain, it's 25%. So that makes it hard for people to, you know, when they look at it, to not understand that and to go to try to design a house and come up with something that's one number, right? So we're not over that. In many situations, people try to go over that, or many existing situations are. I actually think it's pretty remarkable on this property to get down to 23% and still have this house and all this stuff. And we worked really hard to try to do that, so.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from board members?
Madam Chair, just question on that recent idea. There's 25% impervious surface. So, yes, you could build up to 25% impervious surface. But there are these other 5 standards as well. So you can't just hand wave the other 5 standards away.
100% agree.
So, I mean, if there is a wetland in the, there are unbuildable lots. So I'm not saying this is an unbuildable lot, but we do have these standards, and there is an existing footprint structure there that they can build on that's grandfathered in if they stay on that footage. Correct?
Madam Chair, Member Wienerman, what they have as a structure, they could rebuild size, shape, height.
Okay.
They couldn't deviate from roof pitch, sidewall height.
Yep.
The only thing they can change is location of windows, interior design, that type of stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, it's like for like when you're replacing a non-conforming, legal non-conforming structure.
All right, thank you.
And more of a comment than a question, but you know, when I drive through that neighborhood, the vast majority of what is there is very modest in size. And so we have that one question on the findings is how does this fit into the community or the area there? And that's the one that kind of, you know, made me question it.
I remember one a few years back where everybody was 1 level and then one was a 2 level was what they were requesting. I was a no, but it was approved, and then driving past it, I'm like, that is an ugly thing. It's just very obvious when something sticks out like that. Any other questions from board members? Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this request? Anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this request?
Bonnie Smith, Inver Grove Heights. I'm not a public speaker.
Can you state your full address for the record, please?
Sure. 7525 Dawn Avenue, Inver Grove Heights, Minnesota. I'm not a public speaker. We were before this board about 4 years ago, and we built within 500 feet, I think it's 5, wherever. We built because we got a notice, and our stand was follow the rules, and we were told right off the bat, same footprint. Not the same layout, but the same footprint. We followed the square footage, and that's my only comment, and I'm old red because I don't speak. That's my only comment.
Which one is your house on there? Point that out.
The odd angled one. Okay, we have Oh, yeah, odd angled. And we were asked too, as far as why is it odd, we don't care. But, yeah, so we went through everything and we followed the rules. And we still are. That's all I have.
Thank you.
And, oh, by the way, we do have, it is now a year-round home, and we have 11 grandkids, well, children and grandkids, and we do just fine with 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. So, my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from anyone in the audience?
I'm Scott Rao, 19498 Two Rivers Road, Avon, Minnesota. On the property just to the west, where they're proposing to build. When I was reading on the website, it shows that they would have to cap my shallow well in order to build. Obviously got a major concern with that, but also the concern with the drainage. We're all in a floodplain out there, and the retaining wall resembles a dam in a big way when that water's coming out of the west, which it does. So I do have a concern there. That's all I got, unless there's questions.
Thank you.
I have a question for applicants, and this may be silly, but as a kid, I spent a lot of time out there, and my husband's aunt and uncle have a cabin out there. So Two Rivers gets really high, and I know there was a lot of flooding. Does that still happen?
Yes.
Because I mean, it comes up significantly, like it's almost in your door.
So blocking some of that flow in that drain is a major concern.
Absolutely.
Sure. That's the 2 concerns I had.
Thank you very much.
As well, grew up on that. We had a cabin, my family did, on the lake for years. So that's why my dream is to come back here and I don't think we're asking a lot for a 3-bedroom home. I mean, they said they have a 3-bedroom. That's what we're asking for, is a 3-bedroom. It may have another bath because we have a lot of people.
Sure.
It's kind of hard to just do it with 1 bathroom with all those people. We know with the one we have now, which needs to be destroyed because it's falling apart. It's like a trailer home kind of thing pulled in there.
On bricks that
Yeah,
are
on
falling
bricks,
down.
and it's falling in. So, as a child, I've dreamed of coming back to this lake. So,
Question for builder or whoever can potentially answer this. If you went to a 2-story structure, could you improve these deviation percentages?
I think we could. We would then possibly impede and reduce views for the neighboring property across the road at that point. Versus, I know there was a comment about this 2-story home, a lot of 1-stories, and then all of a sudden this 2-story came in. On the right side, there's a couple 1-story cabins. And I think that the goal is minimizing, and that footprint of where to actually get a drain field at that point is still the difficult part.
Yeah, I would say that I think that, it's not going to probably totally eliminate any variances, but it might change the deviation, make the deviation less. Maybe, and I'm not sure. I heard them say that the county said they couldn't have a 2-story, so I don't know what that's about, but that's what their thought is. So I don't know why they couldn't do that, but I would say that, the goal of this, and to speak to Mr. Rao's concern about the drainage, I guess, is you know, the drainage naturally goes down the property lines right now, and to meet the floodplain regulations, having to raise it up, we'd have to put these walls along the side. That also was done so that it would prevent any drainage from this property from running onto the neighboring property, right? The county requirement is that we fill out 15 feet beyond this house, which then we're at the property line. So, you know, we can control all the water and keep it on our property the way it is. Now, if there was water running over this ground heading to the west, yes, it will hit that wall, but the way it's designed is it would go towards the lake. So it would not, it should not impede that. Now, if we were to go to a 2-story and change the size of this house a little bit, we could probably still meet that 15 feet, make more, maybe possibly a little more than 15 feet, so we would not have that. But we'd either have to deviate or ask for another variance to, if we get into the drainage, to actually not meet the floodplain requirement for the fill on the sides, which, you know, in other cases, we do that because typically in the floodplain, they don't want you to fill in the floodplain. Most floodplain ordinances don't want you to fill it, because if you keep filling it, then it just pushes all the water higher everywhere. So it's a kind of a counterintuitive ordinance. So you know, our initial plan was to go out, you know, I can't remember if it was 5 or 7 feet, and not fill all the way out to that 15 feet. And that may be an appropriate option here, I'm not sure. And, you know, and I think that, you know, it's a tough, you know, there's no question it's a tough project. And I think that, you know, it's hard to manage what everybody wants and what's best with the county. We've already, you know, made some concessions, and when we brought the application in, we made some quick changes to, you know, because Brian had some suggestions on how to do things. And I think that, you know, we'd certainly be willing to still work on it, you know, and try to come up with something. And I don't hear anything really, any discussion about a continuance. It's either approval or denial. And I think, you know, if
we can do a continuance.
Matt,
so,
oh, go ahead, Bernie.
yeah, so I think that if the consensus is that, then, you know, that we think that we need to work harder on this, we would continue to do that. But we just would want some direction, and we don't get to sit and talk to everybody on the board when we're trying to design things and that. So.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make a couple comments in terms of the floodplain, and this is more for the property owners and Bernie and the contractors. The Board of Adjustment's probably a little bit sensitive to the issue on drainage concerns on neighboring properties. We've had a couple of really hard ones in front of the board the last few months, and they too had to fill, and they too had to meet the requirements, and then there was drainage problems onto the neighbor's property. So just because the county or FEMA's regulations require you to fill does not give you permission to impede the neighbor's property with additional water. That becomes a civil issue. So just full disclosure, if this variance is granted or something similar, that can't happen, no matter what. Secondly, is an alternative method to fill is allowed in the floodplain. There are some on 2 rivers that have been constructed that way, either on pilings or stem walls, and then you don't have to fill at all. Asking the Board of Adjustment for a variance to not fill, FEMA's not going to support that. We're not going to support that. I wouldn't come back with something like that. But I just wanted to throw that out there. We talked about it at staff report review, bringing up the alternative method, but we didn't feel that that was really fair because they are proposing to meet the requirements by filling. But now that there's been concerns raised by a neighbor, similar to the one that we had before, I wanted to let the board know that that is an option.
And I just have a question for staff. Isn't there a concern about insurability, that people can't insure their properties if they don't meet the elevation that FEMA dictates?
Right. I mean, the tricky part, if the applicants would propose to apply for a variance to not fill or not meet the elevation requirements, It's probably going to be really hard to get a mortgage. Your insurance rates are going to go out of the roof. We actually, the board, if they would grant something like that, has to place something on the deed saying you're aware that all that could happen. So not meeting the elevation isn't really an option. But I would say, to your point, going back to the latest conversation was continuance. Sure, you can continue it, but you have to take what you heard so far and come up with what you think they would be willing to see. It's not a conversation about what they might like or see. What I heard is, or saw, and the board can talk about it themselves and what you would want, to be continued. But it's reducing the number of variances, looking at going up instead of out. I'll let you guys kind of, if you want to, do that, but typically it's an approval or denial unless there's some major thing that it needs to be continued for.
Can I interject? Can I ask staff a question here? So, Angie, in some other jurisdictions, we were, and just so it's clear, we're not talking about the building not meeting the flood requirement. So the building,
right.
FEMA requires a building to meet that elevation, requires the lowest adjacent grade elevation, but it does not require anything about the 15 feet.
Minnesota does. It's
Minnesota does. And
yep.
Minnesota does allow, that is something you can apply for a variance to not go the full 15 feet.
Yes, you can do that. We would not advise that, though, based on what I've just said about not meeting. Minnesota has a higher standard than FEMA. And so, again,
yes, but
you could come back with a request like that. I don't think the board would support something like that. They haven't in the past. Yes, you can ask for that.
Just clarify.
Madam Chair, can I just add one thing to what Angie said? I had the neighbors' issues on there already, but I know you're not responsible for the neighbor's water, but I have an issue when you said that the retaining wall is going to stop that water and push it into the lake. The goal of lakeshore preservation is to keep the lawn and all of that, chemicals and all that stuff from the lawns from going into the lake to begin with. Now you're going to take it and push it into the lake.
Well, this would be water that's coming from the neighboring property.
Right.
Okay,
But
so
you're still directing it to the lake.
Okay, so we can't really control what, if they put fertilizer or things like that. And eventually naturally this water does,
but
it does run down the property lines right now. So it doesn't change it. If we had if there was a 3-foot wall of water, it would hit that wall and it would have to go either way before it would run up into the house.
If the wall wasn't there,
it would run into this house.
It would run across the lot as far as it needed to go.
It'll hit the house or something else, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from board members?
Madam Chair, just a clarification question on the septic system. So you said this is a septic system that requires more intensive management to function properly?
No, it's to ensure that it is, right? So most septic systems, they have a management plan. They get pumped every 3 years. If they're not working or if they're broken, you don't know until it's inspected or some maybe even being pumped. So this system, it requires service and an inspection twice a year, right? In some cases, sampling required by an operating permit. Very common these days on lakeshore property, the water that, so just one thing that's a big benefit in these systems that is, and people look at it as, well, that's a bad thing to have that type of system because you have to have someone look at it or whatever. But the difference is, if you take a regular septic system, they're designed for failure. 20 to 30 years, the drain field's going to plug up and you're going to have a problem. How long does it go unbeknownst? No one's looking at it. You have the issue. This system's being washed. It's got an operating permit that the county has to get renewed all the time. And It removes 95%, which is 20 times what a regular septic system would. So if you take 20 times 20 years, it's a 400-year design life on paper. The water that's coming out of the drain field is, it looks like drinking water. It's cleaner than the lake water. So in other counties and other situations, just to say, when we ask for variances for a drain field, they like that the water that's going in that is really clean. So if something happened to that, let's say some of the concern, like they mentioned in the staff report, is some of the concern with the construction of the system or the setback for the system is so you can construct it. Some of the setback for the tank and stuff is for gas and for construction and frost and all these different things. So in this case we have, if something was to happen, this water's going in there is clean already. It's being treated. So if the flood, the flood numbers are just some basic mythical number, we don't know. It could flood 4 feet higher than that someday. Who knows? We don't know that. But there's precautions in our code to protect the system, so it has to be shut down and not be used when you have a flood, right? So the system's designed above the floodplain. It's designed for the state requirements within the floodplain. The whole system is basically would be above and out of the floodplain. So there is, there really isn't less concern with that. As far as construction of it, they're going to have to be a little bit methodical about how they put it in when you're going to put a tank 6.5 or 6.7 feet from a building. A drain field, the drain field right there, right now, we're going to have to over excavate some of that soil anyways that's there because it's fill. So so I have less concern, and I expect the drain field will probably be built after the house. So I have less concern with the drain field setback because there's going to be, first off, clean water going in the drain field. Secondly, if they, I don't even want them to drive over it, but if someone happens during construction to drive over it or something, that soil will be taken out of there and excavated, so be replaced with sand.
So a follow-up question for staff. So if we move forward on this and grant the variance and they put the septic system in as designed, is there anything that ties the next landowner into continuing the maintenance of the system?
Madam Chair, Member Wienerman, the permit for that, the operating permit for that system stays with the land.
Yep.
So when that is transferred, we would get a notice of property transfer, which is standard for us, and that system would have to provide an inspection that is recent within the last 3 years. And at that time, and I'm not 100% sure on this, but I'm fairly certain we have a system in place for these. We don't have a lot of operating permits out there, okay, but we do. I'm fairly certain we have a system in place to alert the new owners that, hey, you've got this thing, you've got to maintain it.
Okay, I'm just concerned that somebody from Utah moves out here and like, hey, I got this beautiful lakeshore property now, and I'm spending $3 million on the parcel, and what's this piece of notice that's in my 400-page binder of things I'm signing? So I want to, when we're doing this, it's not just for these folks.
Yep. Operating permits don't just disappear. We definitely keep up with them.
Good.
We send the notices that they need to be updated, and
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak to this request?
James B. Smith, 7525 Dawn Avenue East, Timber Grove Heights, Minnesota. I met my wife Bonnie was up here earlier. I thought there was a 30-foot height restriction within the shoreland area. So how could a 2-story structure be feasible is the question there. And then the next question is, since they're taking down approximately 15 trees in the area, what is their shoreland, according to comprehensive plan, what is their plan for restoring that vegetation to the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Is staff able to answer the question about the 30-foot height, building height?
Madam Chair, we have structures all the time that are 2 stories that meet the 30-foot height requirement. I think we've got a contractor here that could answer that as well to meet the 30-foot height requirement. We do it all the time, so I'm not sure where that information's coming from, but
Okay,
it does happen.
thank you. Any other member of the audience wish to comment on this request? Anyone else in the audience wish to comment on this request? Anyone else in the audience wish to comment on this request?
Madam Chair, before we close the public hearing, questions for the applicant.
Okay.
So you've heard a lot of stuff tonight. So when we close the public hearing, we will cease taking testimony and we will move forward with the findings of fact. And then the train leaves the station. The question came up regarding a continuance. Is that something you would like the board to entertain so you can work with your contractors to answer questions you may have heard us ask? Or would you like us to proceed with the findings of fact?
Possibly. I'm open to options. But I will say we're not taking down 15 trees. I believe we're taking down 3. And I do have a tree mover, so when we are done, I am going to replace them trees.
And just one more comment about the possibility of a continuance is that just to make sure that the applicant is and the contractors are aware that just because you'd come back with an alternative plan, that doesn't guarantee that it would be approved by the board. You know, some people feel that, okay, we're going to go home, work on this, make some adjustments, and then it'll for sure be approved. That's not necessarily the case. And then someone before had mentioned something about discussions with the board to find out exactly what we wanted for a plan. The board really isn't in the position of designing property, you know, so we're really not able to do that for you.
Yep, the purpose of the board is just, these are 7 of your neighbors trying to represent the whole county. So we're not employed by the county. We aren't experts. We have other lives. We're volunteering our time for a small fee to be here, just to be as a human being between you and the ordinance book. So that's our purpose here. We're just a representative of random 7 neighbors in the county to see if reasonable people would agree or disagree with what your request is.
Can I make one comment? Yes, I do appreciate you all being here tonight and helping us all through this. This has been a project that we've been working on for months, back and forth, many, many times. Again, going back to Bernie's thing, yes, moving it, we could have one. It's all about mitigating, right? So we're trying to mitigate each request as little as possible. I feel that the contractors that I've hired and the survey crews and Bernie, we've tried to design the best systems possible. And I appreciate your time.
But the fact remains, you're still trying to mitigate 5 ordinances, 5 requirements.
Okay. I'm open for a movement to close the public hearing. They haven't asked for a continuance as far as I know of.
Madam Chair, I'm going to, if I can pose the question directly for the applicants, would you like us to continue this?
No.
Okay, thank you. So hearing that movement, move to close the public hearing.
All right, I have a movement from Jason. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
A second from Amy. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. The public hearing is now closed. Moving to the finding of facts. Number 1, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning districts in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, yes, houses are allowed in R1.
Okay, we have a yes from Amy. Rob?
Madam Chair, are we rolling all these into one?
It is only one.
Okay, well, I thought all the different septic ones were, okay.
No, but
Yes.
it's all about the house and its distance from all the different things, I think.
Yes.
Okay, a yes from Rob. Dan?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls, yes or no?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say no, the official controls are in place to protect the lake and the surrounding properties. I don't think this does it.
Okay, we have a no from Rob. Dan?
No.
Amy?
No.
Jason?
No.
Bonnie?
No.
George?
No.
I'm also a no. I feel the house is too big for the lot. The variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say no, and I am going to actually find the water goals. So it's water resource policy number 2, recognize the relationship between land use and water quality and support water quality. Number 3, preserve watershed functions. Number 5 is recognize the carrying capacity of groundwater and surface water development. And I'm sure my esteemed colleagues can find others if they so choose.
Okay, we have a no from Jason. Rob?
I'm going to say no and add Lakeshore Living Policies number 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. Dan?
No.
Amy?
No.
Bonnie? No. George?
No.
And I am a no. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jason Wienerman, I believe they are planning to use the parcel as a residential structure. So outside of the design of the use of the property will be reasonable.
Okay, that's a yes from Jason. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say no. They're proposing a house that's too big for the lot.
Okay, we have a no from George. Rob?
Yes. I'm sorry, no.
Dan?
No.
Amy?
No.
Jason?
No.
Bonnie?
I'm going to say no, and not necessarily because that it's too big for the lot, but that because it is too many variances. You know, if the variances were a 10% variation for all of them, but when some of them are 40 and 50% variations, to me that's too much.
Okay, and I am also a no. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
I'm going to say no because of as I commented before, when I drove around the neighborhood, most of the rest of the housing in that area was very small, very modest homes.
Okay, that's a no from Bonnie.
I'd like to add to Bonnie's too. I mean, we had their neighbor out here talking tonight too about how they weren't compliant and they made it work. So I am a no.
A no from Amy. Rob?
No.
Dan?
No.
Jason?
No.
George?
No.
And I am a no. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say yes. I don't believe economics were discussed.
We have a yes from Amy. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So we have 1, 4, and 7 are yeses, but 2, 3, 5, and 6 are noes. So I'm looking for a movement to deny the variance request.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to deny.
All right, I have a motion from Rob. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second
Okay, I'll be second.
from Jason. Dan?
No.
So are you yes for the denial?
Yes for the denial, I'm sorry.
Okay. Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. The request has been denied. Thank you very much for your time today. If you have any questions, please work with staff during business hours. Okay. Moving to agenda item number 5. The Board of Adjustment meeting minutes from June 13th, 2024 meeting. Looking for a motion to approve the minutes.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
A motion from Amy. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And a second from George. Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Jason?
Abstain.
Bonnie?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Motion is approved. The next meeting is August 8th, 2024. Any more information we wanted to talk about?
There's 3, possibly 4.
Okay.
Are they after the facts? Can we put a limit on some of their talking?
Yes?
Yes, you can. You can say you have 3 minutes.
Because that first one,
Yeah.
that was over an hour and a half, and that wasn't necessary.
I'm looking at what those are if they're after the fact or not.
I was trying to ensure that, because we did have lots of speakers, I wanted to ensure that they felt like they had their time to say what they needed to.
I know, but yeah, family drama up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think one is after the fact.
Okay. Anything else? Motion to adjourn the meeting?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I got a motion from Dan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from George. All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.